really epic with all the rainbow gear, bling, fun little minimalistic animation. Love it. This one's looks simple at first if you think it's just one frame, right? But then you realize it's animated, and you're like, wow, that's cool. This one's really cool. I like the style. You can see, you know, someone who is a true artist here, right? Just throwing those lines and boom, you got the characters. It's really awesome. Really love. This is Deadwood Canyon. And you have people's. I always put people's names in the. If you're wondering who made all of these, it's up here. Maybe the resolution's not that great, but this one's from Thep. Like Hans in the shop, very nice. For those who aren't familiar, Hans is like a invisible person who has this cloak on top. So we represent the invisibility by these dots. I don't know why, it just came out that way. This one's really cool. I love it. Smoking Palace. Nice. Yeah, I love these reinterpretations, and this one's yours, Hawk. I love these reinterpretations of like what it means, you know, what the game's art means when it gets put into HD. This one's cool too. It's very stylized. For the people from this picture, you can't tell if it kind of looks like people are dropping out of the city, like treasures and people are falling out, but actually in the story they're moving up. They're moving in to the city, being sucked in. And this is Acropolis, the city in the clouds. These are some weapons, I guess. Yeah, I guess that's the ice rune, fire rune, right? This is the stone wand. Maybe they're the wands. Yeah, it says the name of the art is wands. Okay. Very nice. Very nice yin yang theme. We actually have in the lore, in the story of Stone Story, you have Leos and Ziloalja. Hey, Alex. Alex worked on the game for a while. Yeah, Alex is a designer. He's a game designer. We have Ziloalja, which is the dark, and Leos, which is the light, and there's a reference to the yin yang in Acropolis because of that duality. Nice boiling mine art. But wait, oh, hold up. The ghosts and the skeletons are attacking the boiling mine, right? Is that what's happening? I think that's what's happening here. This is cool. Siege the Mines by Bokla. Very nice. Ernst. Oh, Ernst is a character from Acropolis. He operates the factory. He's like the main person that runs the factory, right? He's the boss at the factory. He's not very strong, like he's not a powerful individual, but he has the machines in the factory. So when you fight against him, you're going to be fighting against the machines and not him directly. Oh, this is an interpretation of Leos. Very nice. Got some comics here from Tetsuya. Yep. This is us right now, the Kickstarter. Stonks. Oh, that was Slurm. They must have signed with another name. I just copy the name that is whatever's on Discord. Whatever the person has as their current name on Discord, that's what I use when I save the image. Oh wow, look at that. Crazy, huh? Is that Jimson? It's an interpretation of quite a stone person here. Quite a stone elemental. Yeah, this one's so cool. I love the composition on this one. Reap has some really awesome compositions. And this is a physical fan art. Copper Scotty. Really cool. Yeah, look at that. Hands for scale, right? And we have all the soul stones. They're quite big compared to everything else. The books are tiny. I guess this is like the scale in the inventory screen, right? Like the UI presents the scale, but when I drew the icons, I didn't intend them to be at scale, you know, like each icon. There's ASCII art is very constrained format. You can't really represent things as their true scale a lot of the times. But it's a quite neat interpretation. I really like, and the colors and everything are very cool. So yeah, loving it. Ooh, oola. So are we gonna do the? Is this our next Kickstarter, Kyle? Is it gonna be oola?
Oh, I think there's a bit of a delay.
Oh, you should listen to the audio on
Sorry.
Discord. Am I not on the Discord call anymore?
Yeah, I can't. Yeah, you're not. It's not outputting to Discord.
Let me check real quick.
Because I had to swap over to the screen because I couldn't.
So how is the campaign doing? How's the Kickstarter doing, Kyle? And guys, let me know if you have any questions about the project. Happy to answer any questions.
Sorry, I still can't. I think there's like a 10-second delay here.
Yeah, just jump in. Tell us how the campaign's doing. Really deep pockets in game. Yep, that's true.
Okay. Sorry about the delay here, but yeah, the campaign's been going pretty well. We're currently at 28.5K. We had our initial goal of 10K hit within the first 8 hours, and we're pretty excited that for a game that is honestly very niche and has a very narrow appeal, that so many people are excited for it.
Yeah, I'm excited to build it as well. I mean, this whole time when we were planning this campaign since last year, we started preparing for this campaign, I think in April of last year, and we're like, okay, let's do a Kickstarter. I mean, we've just been working on the game this whole time. So like this game is already over 1 year in development. We have a full world design at this point already. We've already done a ton of marketing for it. We have concepts for all the bosses and all the characters. We have some quests already designed. We have 3 quests in development. And now the content is at different stages of development. And we have like 6 levels, 6 areas in the world, right? So we're building them kind of all together to a certain extent. We're simultaneously building all the content. But then recently we shifted our focus to polish the very beginning of the game. And so for the alpha release that we're doing on the 19th of this month, so March 19, we launched the alpha, and we're going to be, this one's funny, a McDonald's sponsored Bolesh. Mac Bolesh is the name of the art. That's hilarious. I wonder if we could get if we become really popular, we could do like a Happy Meal. That would be a dream. Okay, but anyway, like I was saying, we've been working on the game this whole time, and we've been polishing on the content recently. And we have the first area of the game pretty well polished at this point, like ready to release. Like the alpha is almost ready. We're just adding some finishing touches, and I even already tested making the build and everything. So the alpha is in pretty good shape, if you want to join the alpha, there is a tier in the Kickstarter to join, to be part of the alpha, and that's going to last for a few months. And then in the summer sometime, we'll do the beta release. And then the beta is basically going to be all the areas are there, like all the 6 levels are done, and not necessarily all polished yet, but they're in a pretty good spot. And if there's another tier for the beta, so if you prefer to join the game once all the areas, all the bosses are there and everything, then join the beta tier, right? Now, if you prefer to wait a little longer until the game is the bugs are fixed and everything, then there is the early access that we're going to do on Steam. And for the alpha and the beta, we're also going to do mobile builds. We're going to do special separate builds just for it. It might be Android only. I don't know if we can do alpha for iOS, but I'll try. I'll see what we can do. I'll give it a shot. But Android is relatively easy to do the alpha and the beta as well. We just make an APK and send it to you, right? Send it to the people who are the backers for that tier. So once we're in, once we reach Steam Early Access, that's when all the content is there. We're rolling out the quests, and we're introducing the higher difficulties. So we're introducing like cyan and yellow. So at the early access phase is kind of when we're introducing the mini bosses and things like that. At that point, we could already consider, we could start preparing for the full launch. And we need to roll out then the green difficulty, and once we do that, we start building the blue difficulty. And blue difficulty is going to be a little more challenging because we have not only do we do Ascension blue difficulty, but we are also going to do SSRPG blue difficulty. So that's going to be the highest difficulty in the game. And definitely you're going to need like double enchanted items and nice stone scripts and stuff to beat blue. Like it's going to be for the hardcore players only, I guess, at that point. So that's sometime, realistically, blue difficulty is going to be sometime next year. So we have a pretty long roadmap ahead of us, and it all starts with this campaign. So the Kickstarter is on the last 24 hours. Once that wraps up, we prepare for the alpha release, and we also, in parallel, so Kyle is working with also a designer to build the t-shirts and the book and the physical book. So as part of the tiers in the campaign, we have this art book that has the art book has all our concept art and our lore. So it's a combination of like a lore book and a world design document with all our concept art and all our process. So we're going to show from sketches to fine art, kind of the progression for different characters and different environments and things like that. While at the same time, we're talking about the lore of each area. So I think the book is actually a really, really exciting thing that came out of this campaign. I'm really happy for it, and I actually want to order many more copies than what like people just backed in the Kickstarter. I want extra copies because I want to give it to my friends and to my family, and I also want to have some in reserve if people come join the project late and want to get a copy of the book. We'll have a few spare ones, but if you want to guarantee your copy, then you should definitely back the project if you really want to get a copy of the art book. We'll send a digital version as well. And in one of the lower tiers, there's a digital copy of the art book. I really like this one. I think this one's funny in a sense, but it's also beautiful at the same time. I think it's funny because it's too human, right? So it kind of breaks the paradigm of the game, you know, where it's a little bit too human. But yeah, it's just really nice colors and composition. I really love this one. And because Leos is the good tree, right? So he has kind of this golden halo on top, which is the spiral staircase going up. But I think it adds such a nice touch. I mean, this one's pretty cool, but simple, so that's kind of why I skipped it quickly. Relationship problems, yeah. I don't think Leos is equipped to deal with relationship problems. Imagine being someone who was born at the same time that the world was born, and you've seen everyone else come and go. Well, like, your perspective on relationships is going to be very different from everyone else. So another take on the wands. I really like this. Hold up, there's 6 wands? Oh, it's the stone wand. So that's the stone wand, poison, vigor, ether, fire, and ice. Very nice, very nice. And ether is kind of an electricity element, so I think the interpretation here is good, even though I would have probably chosen a different color. I like this choice. I hadn't thought about it quite like that. Yeah, I like the visual effects as well, like these details. Just a different style on each one, you know? Not style, but like different language, how it moves through the different versions of the wand, right? I really like how they did that. Cultist mask, very nice. Employee of the month, funny. If DeSangelos went to work in the mines, right? Oh, he got the horns as well. He got the controller horns to protect him from the tongue. That's why they get the horns, is because it protects them from the tongue. Funny. Meta. Bit of a meta joke. Even after hundreds of years, you still have such a soft spot for me. Yep. All right. Yeah, let me know if there's any questions in the chat, Kyle. We're going to start doing some ASCII art soon. So let me show you guys what the plan is for today. I want to start with a big one, right? I want to start with the Lunar Guardian. Lunar Guardian is the boss in the University of the Moon. So when Leos devolved into a tree and she became stationary, she used to be the leader of the city, but she turned into a tree, and so her followers built a university around her to study her condition, try to like bring her back to normal. And they built these constructs, which are artificial stone heads, to protect the university. So they are like the bouncers, right, basically. And the Lunar Guardian is the big one, is the biggest synthetic stone head ever built. And I have a really interesting concept for the Lunar Guardian. So this is going to be just a very large stone, maybe like half the height of the screen, maybe a little more even. I do want him to move around, so he can't be that big. If he's supposed to bounce around and be agile, then he can't be as big as the screen. So he's basically just a large stone, a very spherical stone, and he has 2 arms. So like 2 muscular arms coming out of the stone, and he uses them kind of as legs. So it's kind of like legs slash hands. Legs with hands is the character. So that's an interesting one. And these are the Anvil, some Anvil animations. So they're pretty simple ones. They're going to be pretty quick, I think. And then we have some NPCs. We have Jemson, Hyevra, and Dunbarth. And these are three of the most important NPCs in... There's more NPCs, but these are very important ones to the story. And we have some sketches for Jemison, but we don't have anything for Hyevra or Dunbarth. So Dunbarth is kind of like a scout type. So what I'm going to do is take the scout. Maybe we start with Dunbarth. We take the scout and we want to make him look unique. So if you think about Augie from part 1, how Augie is kind of like a Skeletoni, but is not, right? Like he has the same proportions as a Skeletoni, and he is a skeleton, but the character design is completely different. And we're able to do that even in a very limited space of ASCII art. So it's an exciting, could be an exciting character. So we want to make a scout type, but like maybe he doesn't have a spear. Maybe instead of a spear, he has a wand or something else, or a sword, right? So, and we change his head. We change his body a little bit. So he's still kind of like this flying scout type. However, on the other hand, I'm not sure. I think it would be weird that someone in a high position of power in Acropolis is not a tall stone folk, right? Because usually the halves, they don't have the same sense of, like, mentally, they don't have the same ambition or drive. They don't have that the drive, the tenacity to be someone suitable for a position of power. And so that is usually taken by the tall people, because they just have a different personality. They have like leadership traits, and they're more disagreeable, I guess, also is another thing. And however, she's very disagreeable, and so I don't think it necessarily fits with a half. That said, this isn't to say that the halves cannot be like that. They can, and in fact, we have Bridget from the Ascension quest in part 1. Very self-determined, very individualistic Stonehead, and she really breaks the mold of like what did all, and she's the only one that survives from the climb as well, and it kind of tells you, because she's able to react and predict, and is not thinking as a drone. She's not just following the line, just following what everyone else is doing. She has kind of her own plans of what she wants to achieve, and she has the tenacity, and she makes it. She's like the only one to make it to Acropolis out of the entire expedition that climbed the mountain. Like, she's the only one who's able to make it to the city. And actually, that's one of the NPCs that you're going to be meeting when you play Ascension. And that's not Hyevra. I just kind of got sidetracked there. So that's Bridget. We don't have to draw Bridget. She's just like any other Stonehead, right? She looks very normal. But maybe we give her a little hat or something, to differentiate. I don't know. So that's Bridget. And we call her Bridget, and this was a community suggestion for the name because she was at the bridge. She made it to the bridge. So let's see. I want to look at a bit more of this fan art because I really love it. This one's really cool. Zangela's holding flowers. This was from summer, right? I think this was from the summer solstice or moonstice, I guess. Is that the mountain? Yeah, that's the mountain. We have the Stream of the Silent here, and that's the bridge. Yeah, very cool. Oh, all right, we got Jerry here. Jerry the Poison Elemental. So, yeah, he made it. This was also community suggestion, and I drew the final art for this one. This is already in the game, so this is one of the basic enemies in Acropolis. In the sewer, you run into the poison elementals, but also if you find the poison talisman, then you can summon one of these guys as your pet, as your follower. Right, so that's the plan. We're working on it. So we have the ether and the fire talisman already implemented in part 1. The ice talisman is the new one that's already implemented as well. That's in part 2. And then the poison elemental is next. The poison talisman is next. So there's going to be the four talismans. There's also the vigor talisman, but that's going to be reserved for part 3. So we'll see. We'll see how we go. We might actually put the poison talisman in part 3 also. There are some uncertainties in the world design, so we have ideas, but I'm not sure about some of the decisions. I need to revise, like where that talisman is. Whoa, green? A green Minotaur. Alright. Some comics from you, ML Hawk. This is cool, look at that. So you're sketching little things as we go, but don't want to spoil anything. Got any suggestion to where I should show them? Oh, yeah, you should show in you should show it in the Discord, in the usual art channel. Let me disconnect from the Discord call because that might actually help us a little bit. All right. Yeah, Kyle. So if you want to talk about the project in the chat, right? You can do that. If you want to answer any questions, or let me know. I'm going to be watching here. All right, we're going to start. We're going to start doing some art. We did Bridget here, but that was more off the cuff. I just want to change a setting here on my phone real quick. Give me 1 sec. My phone keeps turning off automatically. You know how the screen dims and it turns off? I want to disable that because I want to see the chat. Screen lock. All right. Let's go. Let's get started with this art. Let's see. Lunar Guardian. Okay. Like I said, large circle, right? So let's start by just drawing a circle. And this is something that I recommend to people who are trying to learn ASCII art. Just try drawing a circle. That's a very educational, because you can't really do certain angles, right, in ASCII. So you have to learn about anti-aliasing and things like that. What is with these things? I'm gonna disable Steam. Yeah, Slay the Spire 2. Wow, what a game, huh? Maybe I should stream that. Alex, are you still there? Alex is a huge fan of Slay the Spire. Are we gonna play Slay the Spire together? Let me know. You already maxed Ascension? No. Man, you've been grinding that, huh? It just came out. Okay, so this is our Lunar Guardian. First steps. Something like that. Oh, whoops. Glad you told me. How's that? Oh. My shortcut stopped working. There we go. Thanks for looking out. Alright, so we could do it a little bit larger, like that. That might be correct, I think. Yeah, that's starting to feel a little more correct. Let me zoom in a bit. Oh, whoops. Okay. So that's kind of like the general shape. Let's put this in the game and kind of make sure we get the scale right, because I don't want to have to adjust the scale. So in Slay the Spire 2, there are less Ascension levels. Oh, okay. But there's more characters too, right? It launched with 4 characters already. It's kind of crazy. Hey, what happened to the project? Why did the project shut down? All right, so I want to do some muscular arms for the Lunar Guardian. Maybe we do it kind of like this. And this is just the first sketch, you know, so. Something. It's not quite there. Can't always nail it on the first try, huh? Alright. Hey, Hex. Okay, let's see. So, let's create the art file for the Guardian. We have our Slick Rock. Slick Rock is the name of the gang. Storm Street University. There we go. We got the enemies. Just Mimic. The Mimic's not supposed to be in the university. I think this file is just in the wrong place. Well, let's have a look at it because it's kind of fun. Some of you have seen this before. I drew the Mimic a long time ago. He was supposed to be in part 1. And then the area, the mine, right, which is the area, not the mine, the mountain climb was the area, and it got cut. Okay, let me see. So we're going to duplicate this file. This is how it's done. You duplicate the file, you rename it, Lunar Guardian. And then you copy, paste that in, and we're going to create a new character here. Guardian. And then we use that asset. And it's not animated because it only has one frame, but we're gonna see it anyway, right? We just want to have a look to see if its proportions are correct. That's pretty good, right? I mean, that's pretty close. So this is the real game engine running, right? And so I just wanted to get a sense of accuracy in the scale of it. It is it's a bit square, right? But I don't think it's necessarily an issue. Like, this could be the boss, right? I think it's fine. But what I want to do is try some texturing. Try a different material kind of feeling to it. And we can do it like this. This is the old tricks. This is kind of what I had in mind. And then we maybe do a little bit of dithering. Like that. Okay. Let's mark this as a reloadable. There we go. Oh wait, is it flipped? It's flipped, huh? There. So how's that for the Lunar Guardian? Now we just need the arms coming out. The arms are going to be a little bit harder to draw. And I did this thing here which didn't turn out very good. I wanted to be like very massive, like these large hands, you know? Or maybe instead, maybe it's more abstract. It's like let's see. So one approach can be an actual hand, right? And then another approach can be kind of like a rock hand. Where it's just more abstracted. And so we could have the Lunar Guardian have like a hand like that, and then have like a piece for the forearm, and then the biceps, and a shoulder piece, and then it's the body, right? So it could be more like this. Ah, thank you. Rotund. Funny. So this could work. This could work. I wonder if there's a name for this. This used to be a popular solution back in the day, back in the old days of game development, because for large characters you could just do these one image and you could just kind of move them around, and it was a way to conserve memory and performance and everything, right? You have these simple shapes that you're kind of just moving around. So a lot of games did that. It would be a bit creepy if it had a more realistic hand. But we can't really do realistic anyway, so I'm not worried about that. So let's see what I can do. I still want to try this direction a little bit more before giving up. Something like this. And let's see. There's also perspective, right? So kind of like that. Something. Maybe if I can make the thumb thicker, you know, like it feels more threatening. It's a big chunky hand, right? Oh yeah, YouTube stream? Okay. I wonder if I can see the YouTube chat. But yeah, if there's any questions, I'm only watching the Twitch one. This is my first time streaming to YouTube, so I apologize. But yeah, if there's any questions you guys want to relay over, you know, dump it in the Twitch chat, and I'll read it from here. Let's see. Bit of an aberration there. That's okay, I guess, if he has just 3 fingers, you know, it's not a big deal. Yeah, that's how it's supposed to be, right? It's actually a pretty good version. I'm going to save that version. Maybe we can make it slightly longer. I could get away with making the pinky that 3rd finger more hidden. Yeah. That's not bad right there. That's pretty good. I didn't want to have 2 curves on the same row. There's too much symmetry here, right? So I'm trying to avoid. If you see what I mean. I think this is more. It's going. I could use an overscore as well. Let me create a little palette of special symbols here. So we have the typical problem with the keyboard. Maybe I need an overscore. So the overscore frees up the space above. Allows me to do, you know, something like that. The Macron might look better here in, yeah, looks better in this editor. There we go. So now we have quite a long middle finger. Maybe that's okay. Alright, so that's the hand, potentially. I like it being larger and having this more like 3-finger type personality because we can then do a lot with it, right? We can pose this hand in many different things. He's gonna like grab on the ceiling and swing himself around. It's gonna be a lot of fun. So let's see, let's put him here with this arm. And so we need to add an offset. And I'm going to try to do a bit humanoid anatomy for this arm. biceps. And the shoulder. Terrifying, huh? So obviously this is going to be behind. So maybe we just draw it here like that. There we go. Hey, not bad, huh? Not bad. I think it's kind of working. Ever consider making a trident weapon with the V symbol? No. No. I see where you're going with that idea. We have a trident design though, so actually I think it's really cool. We'll maybe do it in part 3. We'll do a trident, which is like that and like that, and then there we go. It's the trident. So yeah, how about that? How about that Lunar Guardian, huh? Terrifying, huh? Does that fit the screen? Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 10, 18. It does fit. Let's see how it looks in the game. Okay, let's add some offsets. Move it up a bit. Move it to the left. There we go. Yeah, I kind of don't like the texturing here very much. Try using the right shape, a more simple shape like that. That might work. I think also when this is moving around, it's going to be a little more impressive even. The shoulder could maybe be larger, and kind of like the hand is more underneath, right? Underneath the body. Try that. So I'm thinking, let's move this guy to the top, near Bridget. You want a laser beam weapon? There is the ice talisman that's gonna, so you can summon the ice elemental. There is a laser beam in the Fisher Stone. So if you equip the Fisher Stone, it shoots a laser beam. It's not very powerful, but it does look cool. So maybe we can make a more powerful laser item. That's a fair point. Let's see. Wait, what's the subject on this stream? I forgot to set the subject. Does it have a subject? I'm such a noob. And my shortcuts, it's not quite working. Ah, okay. Well, that's good. Okay, let's try moving this hand. I want to try moving this hand a little bit to the right in relationship to the body. So what I'm going to do is like that. Maybe that's enough. Maybe a 1 is enough. Like that. Here we could try some negative space. Yeah, not bad. Let's see. The bicep is a bit short. Maybe I should have just moved it here instead. All right. It's pretty good. We need to put some anti-aliasing on. I could type directly here. Actually, we have a ASCII editing tool that runs in here. I just don't like using it very much. I use it for polishing at the end. Okay, so I actually think this is a good spot to be. And I want to make a copy of it over here. And then we're going to do the other arm. So the other shoulder is going to be right there. Kind of like that. Should be a little lower, maybe. No? Yeah, we want the one in the foreground to be one lower. Because of the perspective. That. Make the middle dot one look smoother. Will the guardian have a face or eyes? Nope. It's just a rock. How does it see? How does stoneheads see? They just see, you know? They're stone. What do you mean? No, they don't have eyes. They just sense. They have a keen sense. Infrared. Yeah, they just feel, they feel your chi, you know? Not perfect yet. Not perfect yet. Like tough. What's a tough? Here I'm thinking of like that old movie where there's it's like a horror movie and there's these monsters. Tremors. Yeah, remember Tremors? Oh shit, I was drawing 4 fingers on this one. Just realized that. There we go. Not bad. It's not perfect yet, but this is maybe where I wanted to end, you know, today. It's for this character, right? We could try another concept as well. Kind of with the shapes. This concept here. We can try that real quick. Start over. Let's see. So we could do something like that. Something more like that. version, which is a little weird. It's okay if it looks weird, I guess. Can't help but feel it looks like a puffer jacket sleeve. Let's see what we can do about that. Know what I mean? Boom. All right. Yeah, it's kind of like mittens. Yeah. This is okay. It works. Perspective is maybe a little bit wrong on some of these shapes. Like, we go like that. And then so, I guess we could make a decision here on stream. Which version do y'all like? Huh? creepy arms or mittens with rocks. Had a scarf. Oh, winter hat. Hey, you guys can take care of that in the fan art channels, okay? I don't need to do that. The original with the looks more, it's more organic, right? It's like maybe more in the style of the game. The hands. It is a little more menacing, yeah, you're right. You like men's? Voice is doubling. It just started doubling now? It wasn't doubling before? Okay, that's it for the Lunar Guardian. I think we're going to stop here. That was fun. One of the boss fights. Is it intended to be organic in the first place? Conceptually, in the lore, no. There's no flesh, right? This is a stone. This is a stone elemental. It's a synthetic stone elemental. So no. But it is the boss, so like maybe it's a special case, you know. Or the opposite should be true. Like the boss should be more representative of the reality than anything else. So it's a tough call. Like it's kind of different functions and different forms, right, that are fighting here. Yeah, like these rock ones make sense, right? Maybe it needs a kneecap. It's missing the kneecap, maybe. Or this is just gonna be stupid. We're about to find out. What do you think? Yeah, it's the elbow / kneecap. It's not bad, not bad. Adds a little touch, huh? Different hands? We could do the realistic hands, but with the segmented. Let's try that. Why not? Pretty simple operation. So there's 3 now. That's honestly kind of cool. It makes me think of Frieza. Frieza's feet. Doesn't it look like Frieza's legs? All right. Damn. Accidental Frieza boss. Maybe this is reverted right here. It needs to be like this. I'm not sure. This is cool. This is cool. I like it. I do like it. Where's my overscore? Try something. Yeah, kneecaps worked, huh? It was just a shot in the dark. Sometimes it works. Joint slot? I mean, we might not have enough resolution to show details like that. But maybe during the animation there can be like a hint of how it's connected together. Being rock limb allows you to do a cool animation when the boss fight starts. All the boulders coming together and stacking up. Oh, that's a fun idea. Yeah. It's like it's just a pile of rocks at the beginning, right? And then it kind of assembles itself. Silly art in the Discord. Okay, let's take a look. Let's see. Oh, okay. That was quick. Standard streaming. Nice with the whip. Yeah. Oh, this is cool. Yeah, I like this concept also. I think this can be just different poses of the boss, right? Like those same arms can go like that, right? Oh, we can do that. Yeah, this same mechanism. It's just a different key pose. But you're thinking of adding a face to it. Well, why don't we try adding a face and see what happens, you know? Maybe it works. I don't know. How did you do it? Maybe I have to clean up a little bit. It's the other way around. It's like that. Hey, how about it? We could also try something like this. feels like it needs to be cleaner, you know? Clean, keep it clean without a lot of detail on the mess of things. Keep it nice with like negative space and things like that, you know, like this little detail here. You just get rid of that. And it's better, right? It's an improvement. That I'm not so sure. So you like the face? Face is better, right? Shine at the top. I wonder how I can do that. How can we do a shine at the top? Just gonna make it look like it has a little bit of hair or something, or a crack. Best I do. You want shine at the top, but the best I can do is crack. Move that over a little bit. No, that wasn't good. Figure it out. It's okay, I guess. Alright. You can definitely do a pose like that. That's really cool. Maybe next stream we'll work exclusively on this guy, right? We have other characters that we want to work on. We're still at the beginning of the stream. It's still 5:30. It's only been an hour and a half. I'm going to be here for a while. Oh, wow. Yeah, look at that. Didn't think about this. I think the claws are a good idea. Yeah, that wasn't really my thinking. Yeah, it's very mechanical. Like the backward legs, you know? Backward legs. It's a good idea. Nah. I don't know. I kind of like this design. Yeah, the claws are cool. Claws are cool. But it's going to be difficult, I think, to do the perspective. Could probably figure it out, but I don't know. We got a working idea. Let's move on, right? But this is great. This is excellent. Dunbar. Oh, so Dunbarth is going to get a little cape, huh? It's not bad. Maybe Hyevra has the cape because she doesn't have wings. So it would make sense that she would have a cape. And Dunbarth has wings, and so we can't have the cape and wings because there's not enough space to have both things. I don't think. Maybe we give him a cool hat. Or no hat. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see. Sven, is that you? Oh, that's nice. Look at that shine. Oh. Wait a second. Hold on. Hold your horses. I have the symbol here. Where is it? This one. Yeah, okay. I mean, not too bad, huh? Not too bad. Hey, Sven. Nice to see you. I love the duck you did. I never forget the duck. The duck pet. Hey, you're so fast. Ah, that's funny. That's funny. Maybe a reskin, right? Of the boss. Yeah, there's a lot of potential, I think, for this boss to have cool cosmetics. And now with the new modding system that we're doing, you guys can do this yourself, you know? Like, we're gonna have, it was already funded, right? So we're gonna have the advanced modding. And the way that's gonna work is there's gonna be a set of new stone script commands where you can grab reference to characters in the game. So when you enter the boss area, like let's say you enter the library where this boss fight happens, you can grab the reference to the boss, and you can print out what are all the sprites. Give me the list of sprites, and you can write all the names of all the sprites that character has. You can grab the art for a specific sprite. You can replace the art. You can put whatever you want. You can swap specific frames, maybe. You swap just one frame of the animation, or you can add a layer to an existing animation. You can add an extra layer on top, so that could be a way to do hats for bosses that is exactly like it actually tracks with their head movements and stuff, potentially. You can do full sprite swaps. You can color them if you want. All kinds of stuff like that. We also have the tool that I mentioned, so let me show how that works. Let me stop this animation real quick. Let's see, which frame are we at? That's the frame, right? Okay. Let me actually save this. I'm going to save this out to our other file, because I think it turned out pretty good. So we have a backup of that, and we can mess around more without worrying. So I press F11 and it's selected Lunar Guardian, right? And then I can go in here and I can choose colors. You know, paint it. Oh, it's unpainting because of the reload. It's reloading the file. Okay. So I can look at how can we expose this tool? You can have the whole palette here and everything, right? Press Z to undo. There's shortcuts for everything. I think it's F12. Yeah, F12 tells you all the shortcuts. And then this is the eraser. If we want to erase paint, we can switch to these are the two modes, paint mode and write mode. If we have the eraser tool and we go to write mode, then we erase the symbols, right? But yeah, there's Control Z, undo, redo. There's area select. We can move around, right? Like it's a full ASCII editing. Is that cool? So this is one of the things that we can include for modding, for you guys to be able to use this. Oh, you were working on an update for Chisel? Yeah, this is just built into the game directly. So I think this could be a feature for PC only, right? It doesn't make sense to have this on mobile, which is kind of unfortunate, because you don't have keyboard shortcuts and mouse and stuff like that. So like this is definitely a PC thing. And if you have the game on Steam and you want to use this tool, we can do that. Yeah, we can enable this. Right now it's editor only, but we could potentially allow it for everyone. And you can use the sliders, right? Pick whatever color, put whatever hex you want here. So if I save it, here's what happens. It inserts this metadata with all the colors. It encodes the colors into this JSON style. So now we can reload it, and it's there. 2062, yeah, for real. So we have to disable the flipping. All right, let's move on. We've been on the Guardian for a long time. This is a really fun character, right? But like, look at the evolution. That is so creepy with the arms now that we see it, right? So creepy. Okay, I'm gonna grab the screenshot of this and drop it in our channel. Bald. Does he get a wig, a toupee or something? Oh, yeah. What's the name of this one? Geodude or something? I don't know. I'm not that big into Pokemon. I just know the basics. I just know Charizard, Pikachu, Mew. I just know the basics. Geodude? Yeah, I did get that one. It's the first generation, right? So I played the red and blue, the OG. Terraria has keyboard support. How does that work? You use an external keyboard? What do you mean by that? Alright, let's move on. Yeah, we finished our Guardian. This is so cool. I'm happy with this. Yeah, we can do so many poses with him, right? And he's scary as hell. Oh, you know, while we're at the... It's not on my list, but... Oh yeah, it is here. The constructs, right? The constructs and the moths. Why don't we just... We could keep going. We could do the Anvil. Let's do the Anvil. And then we'll get back and we'll do the constructs and the moths, because these are for the university as well. Let's take a break from the university and do the Anvil. This is gonna be fun. Fun little animation. Anvil. Let's find it. ASCII Anvil. Yeah, this is the Anvil Abandoned. When you play the game, you'll find out why. So let's see here. And then we have the pusher. Pushing, yeah, here we go. The pushing animation. So we're gonna put a stone head pushing the anvil. Let's find a clean anvil as well as a reference. Where is it? There it is. So it's like the dirty anvil. And we're just going to do the surgery here, basically. Like that. Or like that. Now maybe it'll probably be like partially dirty. Yeah, you have to find the anvil again, yep. Can you guys explain to me how this Terraria mobile keyboard was added? Like, how does that work? Yeah, it could be pulling, but it doesn't quite fit the story to be pulling it. Try something else here. know, you want to be lower accurate. He's a pusher. Oh, dolly? I don't know. I think this works. I think that works. So let's get all the frames in there. Part 3 to that series in 2093. Nah, it won't take that long. Did you see how quickly we turned around Ascension? Like, Ascension was really fast compared to the first one. The first game took 10 years. Ascension, we're on the second year now, and it's already like in really good shape. Maybe it'll just take another year. So it's like we went from 10 years to 2 years. I thought of flipping it around. I don't think flipping is going to change anything in the actual problem. It's okay. No worries. This is fine. It's fine. Pushing and pushing. Create the file. We'll dump the ASCII art in here. And then we'll see, you know, maybe it works, maybe it doesn't work. We're about to find out. Hopefully it works. There he goes. Pushing that anvil. Should probably get rid of that little line. I think that's interfering. Kind of be like, okay, that was it. That's the pushing of the anvil. Now we are going to do the cleaning of the anvil. So that's the clean anvil right there. So we need the in-betweens now. First frame, last frame, right? I'm thinking some kind of abstract, just kind of like an object that can go like this, kind of like you're wiping it with a tissue or something. Maybe we also might want some margins. I don't know. Yes, there are new resources, but I don't want to spoil too much. I don't know. I'm not feeling this cleaning of the Anvil. I'm not feeling it. I don't know. So this would be like kind of like a tissue like this. Just kind of rubs on it. That's a little bit better. A bit abstract, you know. It'd be fun to add some dust kicking up behind it, similar to when you're dragging the hammer. Right, some sparks. That's a good idea. That's a good idea. Yeah, we can do some sparks like that. Yep. Let's add an emitter, sprite emitter. We emit from that symbol there. The blade particle, right? The dragging particle from the blade. So we need to put that we need to make a copy of that. Call this the Anvil drag particle. And we'll change the direction of velocity. So go in the right direction, right? Positive. Do it. Now the type, we need to move it. I think it'll be here in resources. We have a particles folder. I know it. Okay, there we go. And now we take the Anvil pushing and we link the Anvil drag particle to it. Well, it's emitting the particle. Weird. It's going the wrong direction. Why? Oh, it's this angle. Okay. You have to flip the angle. What? That didn't work. Well, angles are sometimes not as simple, right? So let's see. 180 is to the left. So this would be just 5. And 145. I forget if it's clockwise or counterclockwise in Unity, the angle. So it might be -5. And then 145 would be no, it's this way, right? Yeah, it's like that. So it's -5 to 35? Yeah, 35. Okay, let's start over. Angles are tricky. There we go. Okay, now the particles are shooting to the right. Now why that symbol is not getting replaced, I'm not sure. Because we have it here, it's supposed to replace. So I can investigate this later. Maybe it's just an issue with this animation scene. And if I put this in the game, it'll be fine. We want this to be on the UI layer, not on the gameplay layer. Alright. I'll polish it later. This is good for now. But that was a good idea, yeah. We had some sparks, some particles. I've only had the Lunar Guardian for an hour and a half. But if anything happens to them, kill anyone in this room. And then oh no, don't do that. Yeah, that's cool. I like the proportions in this picture. It's kind of what I had in mind and how you anchored it. But yeah, it's difficult, right? I ended up doing it a little bit bulkier just because ASCII art is kind of tricky to get right. You can't do certain angles like this. Doesn't work. Okay, moving on. So that is the anvil pushing. We added something. Maybe we'll do the anvil cleaning. I'm kind of not feeling this one, but I'll give it a shot. And I'm going to add extra frames. Not frames, extra padding to the frames. Let's see, because I want this thing to come in from this side here. So what I'll do is just copy it like that, and it's 6, right? No, it's 4. 4 by 2. space down here. Actually, only at the beginning. Yeah, very focused. How to trap a pusher. That's funny. Real stoneheads understand the struggle. There we go. That's our Anvil cleaning animation. Oops. Anvil cleaning. Let's put it in the project. Wait. And push. Yeah, for anyone who's joined, you know, in recently, if you're not familiar with the project, this is Stone Sword RPG. We're working on the sequel. The sequel is called Ascension, and Ascension has a Kickstarter right now. We've been running that for almost a month, so this is the last 24 hours, more like 12 hours left, 15 or whatever, and we've already reached the goal. So now we're on the stretch goals. We're trying to get to 35K. If we can get to 35K, then we can afford the console port, which would be really exciting. For the console port, my plans are we take it to first we take it to Steam Deck, right? The game's already on Steam, so Steam Deck is just the easiest quote unquote console to port this to first. And then after we're on Steam Deck, because we have to solve all the controls issue, to get the controller working. Once that's okay, then we actually have a Nintendo dev kit already that Nintendo gave us a while back, but we just could never figure out. Hired a couple of people actually to take a stab at porting the game, but it didn't work. They weren't able to do it. So I think I would have to get involved myself directly with the porting to console and maybe get, or hire like a, which is where the money comes in, right? Like if we can hire a professional, like a really high-end studio that specializes in porting and they have a track record of doing a really fantastic job, then it could work, I think. What I've tried in the past is kind of like getting contractors to do it, and they just give up because it's too difficult. So either I have to do it or have to get someone really expensive to do it. That's why we've never done it, because I don't have time. I'm always busy making other stuff. Alright, so we're going to we've made the animation already, but we haven't tested it. So this is the Anvil cleaning. And we don't need the emitters. Let me remove the particle emitter. I mean, we could potentially have some particles here. Let's do a 2-second, maybe 3-second animation. And this needs to link to the right file as well, so there we go. Okay, let's have a look. It's going to be the Anvil cleaning. I have some ideas to improve this. Yeah, a couple of symbols like that. It's a little bit different. Let me set that up to reload automatically. I don't like this very robotic here at the end. So here at the end, maybe it's we bring it down one. Know what I mean? All right. Not too bad, right? What do you guys think? A cat spawn? What does that have to do with it? Looks clean. Yeah, I guess so. Oh, we do a little sparkle at the end, right? A little shiny at the end of it. borrowing your idea from the Lunar Guardian. So yeah, lots of frames for this sparkle. Guardian on it. And we move that over to the right side. Here. A little bit better. Hey, that's fine, huh? Keep it going. So that's our Anvil cleaning. Yeah, done. Now the construct. So we're going to go back to the university now, and we did the Lunar Guardian, which is here. Looks really awesome. That was added automatically by the tool. It detected that there was some empty spacing there and added that symbol, right? The transparency symbol. And that is to indicate, to tell me that there is empty space. It's kind of a quality of life thing for working with ASCII. So all the enemies, not all the enemies, but there are two classes of enemies in the university. One are the moths. So the moths are eating the books that are in the university. And so we're going to draw the moths as well. But we're going to start with constructs. So the Lunar Guardian is a construct. He's the biggest construct. All the constructs have this concept of being a stone, right? A central synthetic stone. They're just different sizes. So we have to figure out first how many we're going to make. And then we need to draw the different sizes for them. So what we're going to do here, the constructs. This is our starting reference. What's our smallest possible construct? Maybe like that. Right, it's like the most basic end in the university. Now, what does it do? I don't know. Maybe it has legs as well, right? Like that. Kind of like that. Yeah, it just bashes you with its head, right? It just roll at the player. Yeah, but how do you indicate the rolling part? You need to have something that moves. So that's definitely a good idea. And actually, that reminds me. That's actually well reminded. I have a character design that we should use. The man pucker. Yeah, the man pucker is the one that we could throw in. It's already like the basic attack is already animated. It doubling it? But does it consistently double, or it just doubled sometimes? Like once in a while it doubles, or it keeps doubling. I guess I can try watching the VOD later and see how it goes. Now, why is it called Man Pucker? That is because of Pac-Man. For those in the know of gaming history, the original name for Pac-Man was Puckman. And they changed it because people kept vandalizing the name at the arcades. So they changed it from Puckman, which makes sense. He's shaped like a puck. So they were very, Japanese, and were thinking Japanese things. And they're like, okay, yeah, Puckman, right? Shaped like a puck. That didn't work out. So they renamed it to Pac-Man. But I wanted to pay homage here and call this one Man Pucker, if that makes sense. Yeah, we can check out this animation. Let's do it. So that's the Man Pucker. It's a bit too slow. So that's the basic attack of the Man Pucker. What to use them on? Great question. 1,000 channel points. I don't even know where to look for that. Where to see that. For mine, I mean. Alright, so the Man Pucker is one of the constructs. Let's copy one of the frames. Let's copy the first keyframe here as a reference for our other ones, right? So this is one of our enemies. So I mean, this could potentially already be enough. Oh, nice, highlighted, eh? Okay. You're easier to distinguish now. Or one could say that you look distinguished. What about the degree symbol? Let's see. Degree, we could put that here. And that can be kind of like an eye. It's It's pretty funny, right? We could also use like that. Oops. It's a little bit better, I think. I don't know, there's something creepy about having the eyes like that. Ominous, right? It has like this dead look. One thing I want to test is what happens if I move foot. Like that. Maybe here's where we can use that idea of the backwards knee. That was in the art channel, right? Like that. We could also do like a talon. More like that. Okay, so that's one idea. Could be more like this. For the feet. Ooh, that's creepy. Starting to look more like the skeleton feet, huh? So maybe we don't do that. Too similar. Let's see, let's take a step back. Maybe it doesn't need to have perspective for such a small character. Maybe that's the mistake that I'm running into. Like that. You know what? Where's my overscore? Where are you? That didn't work how I was imagining. just the two lines, you know. Keep it simple. So this could be the basic construct. Let's put the song head next to him for reference. Like that. Pretty cool, huh? It's kind of like a Mega Man style enemy. Let's try a smaller one. Otherwise they're not as long. See what happens. So instead of being 2 at a time, it's going to be like that, right? So it's basically the height of the song head in that case. Maybe we have both of them. We have the little one and we have the big one. And we can put fun hats on them as well. Yeah, just like exactly. What's the lore on the chicken legs? Oh god. Now you're stretching my knowledge. There's no lore yet, but we can invent on. Yeah, someone crafted these, right? These are artisan made. So maybe they're made of wood. Kind of looks like wood. This is like a wooden stone construct. Put in a joint or something like that. Oh, looks like a tail. It's a bad idea. Okay, that's enough for this guy. We have the man pucker. I think we need another one. But, you know, maybe 2 is enough. But what would a third type do? You know, have a little one, we have a big one. There is the mini boss. So I already have a design for the mini boss construct. It looks cool. I don't want to spoil it right now. A roller? One that rolls in? Yeah, this one. This one's going to roll in. Yes. This one walks, this one rolls. Maybe that's enough. Let's move on, right? We have other things to do. Next is the moths. Moth is based on a real world animal. So I think it's always a good idea to look for references. When you try to draw from memory, things just never come out right. Like, because your abstract memory of what something looks like just isn't accurate. It's never accurate. Well, some people have memory. Some people have photographic memory, but most people don't. So we can immediately start asking questions about perspective, right? Because maybe we do show the moth like kind of like this from the back, and it flies in, as opposed to how the bats are in the game, right? So let me pull up a bat. We have the ASCII bat. There's a ton of different bats. I went through many iterations. There's a boss bat as well. Check this out. I thought of doing a boss bat at one point. Ended up not doing it. We could still do it. I mean, nothing's stopping us from fulfilling that dream. But it would just take too much work to animate, and I didn't want to do it. So I did spider instead. It was a little bit easier. Still was a lot of work to get bullish in good shape. Okay, let's pull up the bat. The bat has these things here, which don't think this is not a particle error like I usually do. This is a weird technique that I used back in the day. I don't do this anymore, but basically this is a space. This is an empty space. And this empty space here gets transformed into transparency. Nowadays I just go like that, and that's the transparency symbol. But the bats were... I think the bats were the first animated enemy that I made. The scarab was the first enemy, and it looked awful. Like, the original scarab looked terrible. And I redrew the scarab later on. But this is the bat, right? The bat is looking at you from kind of this side view perspective, this isometric point of view. And the moths, so these are the constructs. So the moths could be like this, same perspective as the bat. And if we do that, the advantage maybe is that we can use the bat animation as a starting point to do the moths. And how many different moths do we need? Do we want to do a small moth and a big moth? I think so. It's like Book Nibbler and Book Eater are the names of the characters. They don't have to have exactly the same animation as the bat. Like, I think the moth, we want it to go up and down like this, whereas the bat just kind of floats in place. But the moth can be a little clumsier to reflect, manuscript musher. I like that. I like that a lot. Let's write that down. I like both Nibbler though. Both are pretty good, right? So as you can see, there's different types of moths as well. Now, obviously, when we're doing ASCII, we don't really have freedom to do whatever type of design we want. Like, it's basically going to be two different moths, and I'm just going to try to make it as moth-like as I possibly can. And I don't know if I can. So, there's the big bat as well. We have the boss, no, not the boss bat, there's the small bat, the tiny one, right? There's 3 bat sizes. Let's pull all of them in as references. And they're kind of similar in overall shape. It's just the wing is slightly larger, and the ears are slightly larger. But Now, the real question is, are these the eyes or the fangs? Right? What do y'all think? Fangs or eyes? I don't know. There's the big bat. So where's the big bat? The ceiling decorator, right? Where is he? This is the first bat. Let me show you guys the process. So this was the first version of the bat. Way back. Looks like the eyes, right? Ceiling decorator. I can't find it. Let's see. Cost caves. Enemy. Scorpion. Where the hell is it? Alright, we're gonna have to go to the yellow difficulty section. Here. 11. So we have the yellow spider boss? No, this is not right. Cool Bat. Wait, it's called Cool Bat? That's the one? That's the ceiling decorator, huh? Okay. I don't know why it's called Cool Bat. Got our 3 bat references. This is kind of a nice size for the bigger moth, if I'm honest. I don't want the moths to be small. It's going to be very difficult to make it look like a moth if it's too small. Another option is we could make it like side view moth that just kind of flies in like this. A bit lame, but could work. Yeah, this is they're so cute. Look at those ears. I can tell this is going to be a lot harder than the constructs. The constructs were a piece of cake. First of all, one of them was already done. These moths, I think they're going to be harder than the boss to draw. We gotta start somewhere. I think if we do a back perspective like this, it might be a little bit easier. And we can get a shape that looks like a moth. first sketch. Looks like shit. We'll see. Pretty big enemy. Yeah, stone head for size, right? We gotta go smaller. That's the challenge. Maybe I can kind of try the bat direction and just make the wings more rounded and wider. And I need to find a face for the character that kind of looks like a moth. It doesn't have to be a moth. It's not really, right? It's a book nibbler and a manuscript musher, but it's like we were trying to use the moth as a reference. So like that. Something simple, you know, for the antenna. Not as big. This one's not as big as Moth. Yeah, I'm not gonna go there. I could try to make a really large one. I mean, the bigger you make it, the easier it is to shape it the way you want. And that's kind of what part of the magic of this project is to make things as small as possible is part of the magic, right? Why this game is special, I think. That's what I think. It's hard to make it so small. So you end up, constraints that it will say, right? Constraints that drive creativity. So yeah. I believe that. No score. I'm always losing the lower star. What do I do with it? Like that. I wonder if we could find an image of it in that perspective, Oh, it's got this chubby body hanging below. Maybe we can do that. Or add like some legs or something. That might help with the personality. I like the double eyes here, and then for the smaller one, we can do it like that for the little one. Right. So let's add the body hanging down, kind of like this. There we go. Suddenly, it's taking on a whole personality. Pretty cool. I like it. Well, let me try to mess with the audio for a second. Alright, how about now? Is that better? Let me know. Sounds better. Okay, I removed it from here as well. Alright, let's keep going. So we got our little moth. So cute. Try adding some legs to it. Not as cute anymore. Kind of funny, huh? All right, how's that? That's the big one. So now we just need to figure out the little one. We can do something similar for the antenna. Or just like that. So we can do that for the body. And then let's see, maybe we can just use the little bat wings as a starting point. it's supposed to be like that, where you have the two legs on each side, you know, and it's like well, maybe this one doesn't need legs. There's also that option. It's just like that. A little bit better. Could also try that for the little one. Is okay. Chubbier. My overscore again. Where'd it go? Always losing it. That allows me to scoot this over. I think that's okay. That last one. So this is going to be the manuscript muncher here. And then this one would be nibbler to bees. Okay, sounds good. That's it for that. We got the moths done. Now, caterpillar, right? This is a fun idea because we have kind of like the worm. People love the worm from the temple. And so I wanted to maybe do a little caterpillar that kind of crawls around in the background of the university. But then I realized I could do it vertically if it made sense to do so. Vertically, it's like going up a shelf or something instead of crawling on the floor. And for that to work, I would need to check the design of the university. Could have a look. University icon. University of the Moon background. This is what I'm looking for. Some pillars. Yeah, we're not going to use this pipe. I want to move this pipe to the sewage part of the town. This is a really nice pipe that Polyducks drew. We need to move that. I'll make a note of that. Move pipe asset from ASCII University of the background txt to sewer location. Worm. Where's our worm? These are some of the random enemies from the beginning of the project. They didn't make it. Temple worm, there we go. I think this is the keyframe. No, actually it was this one. Right? No. I was right the first time. Okay. So it's kind of like a caterpillar, right? I mean, worms don't move like this. This is kind of like a caterpillar or beer. Oh, this is that fun one that makes it inflates itself and looks like a snake. Isn't there a Pokemon based off of this one? I bet there is. Caterpie, right? There you go. Yeah. A lot of the Pokemons are based on real animals and plants. Wow, look at this guy. Scary. You don't want to screw with that. It's a scary looking caterpillar. Holy cow. All right, let's go back. Something more standard, you know? Dragon head caterpillar? I think I know which one you're talking about. No, that's not the one I was thinking. That's super cool. Yeah, this does give me the idea that maybe we don't do a standard worm like maybe we add some horns and stuff to it, you know. That is such a cool pet. Look at that. Holy cow. It's badass. Yeah, you don't want to be a tiny ant and being looked down by this guy. Boss fight moment, you know? Okay, so we got our worm. Let's check out the university again. Lunar Guardian, we can close this one. This one's cool. All right, so where in the university is it? Because I know we have more backgrounds than this. Or we're supposed to, anyway. Oh, these are the portraits, by the way. Yeah. Good moment to plug the Kickstarter campaign, right? Last hours. Echo's back. Oh, no. But, yeah, these are the last hours of the Kickstarter campaign, and one of the digital rewards is to have a portrait of your choice, so you can draw it to fill the space, and we will probably make it a little larger as well. When I switch scenes, is it when I hold audio? Alt is when I hold Alt, maybe. I'm holding Alt right now. Is this kind of a push to talk thing? Could be. Okay, so yeah, for the campaign we have whatever ASCII art you want, right? It'll appear in the halls of the university. And we can even put a little text down here or something, you know? So we have these different portraits. These are concepts. Just double the capture? No, I don't think so. Look. Where is it? I'm gonna try muting this one. So, can you still hear me? This is supposed to be disabled now, right? Really? Oh my God. Yeah, see, we should be streaming this whole time. Why did I ever stop streaming? I haven't streamed in like 2 years or something. And so this is all gone to shit. The tools all changed. Why is there? Sometimes there's 4 for some reason, and then it goes away by itself. All right, back to work. So as I was saying, this is one of the digital rewards. I think it's very cool, you know, eternalize whatever art you want. We can draw it. As you can see, there's a lot of versatility to what we can do to put inside here. We can make these a little bit larger as well. We can put some text. And these will appear randomly inside of the level. As you're going through the university, you'll see like the different pictures that people order. So that's one of the rewards that we have, and a lot of people have bought that actually. So people are interested. And if you want, you know, you can ask for certain things and we'll draw it. Like I'll draw it, or Polydux will draw it. Right, whatever you want. So the caterpillar. Here's the bookshelf, kind of small. there's a hole here, and there's like some characters in the back that we're doing. So there's some parallaxing with the layer behind it. We also have these little bottles and stuff. So we're gonna move these around. So some of these elements, like these bottles, are gonna move to the laboratory. And the university, we're gonna focus more on the books, concepts of like books, and we can keep this skull. The skull's kind of cool. And then for the books and stuff and candles, this is going to be the university, and then all the potions and pipes with liquids and smoke and stuff is going to be in the laboratory. So we're breaking this level into two. I think I mentioned that on a call at one point. So maybe we'll put some pipes like this into the laboratory. It kind of makes sense to have stuff like that there. But I'm thinking a bit more, lab-like, and not so much sewage pipes, right? And more glass with bubbles and stuff. But the caterpillar, I don't know. I'm not seeing where I'm going to put the caterpillar. Maybe I put it on top of the bookshelves. It's just walking around. There's not much room to walk. Maybe it does have to just be on the floor and just kind of crawling along, kind of like the worm. It could go vertically, so we could have some bookshelves which just keep going, right? It goes through the top of the screen, right? Like you can't see the top. And then we could put a caterpillar on the side and going up. That could be nice. That could be neat. Why don't we try to draw that? Maybe it's easy. I don't know. There we go. Boom. Caterpillar. Version 1. Yeah, and then we just animate it. So Ed Disney Diet says, Standard, I've been trying to DM you about the audio issue. Glad you got it fixed. I mean, I'm not checking my Discord DMs while I'm streaming. But I appreciate you trying to reach out. Yeah. We didn't fireproof the audio before we started to stream, so that was a mistake on my part. What, the caterpillar is good? It's a bit small. We can try another version of it that is a little thicker, because they tend to be chubby boys, right? Let me try a chubby version, and that could give us some room to put some eyes or something like that. Yeah, we can try some horns and shit, like Hawk was suggesting. Have I seen those bookshelves that curve around windows and doors? No, I have not. Bookshelves that curve around windows and doors. Like that? That's what you meant, right? I mean, the little one's good too. We can put put eyes on it, like that. Make it cute. Let's try the horns. Let's see. What angle are they going to be in? I have a feeling like this isn't going to work. It looks like teeth, right? Like choppers. That's not bad. Could try something like this. Like it's got a party hat. That's kind of neat, honestly. The worm needed some texture. Get those little subdivisions that you see in real life. Alright, man. See ya. This one doesn't work. I like this one a lot. This is my favorite. We could keep it really simple and plain like that. Or we can make it funny by just adding eyes to it, or we can make it stylish by, you know, adding a little hat, and now it's got a more unique look. Like that. Make it a bit longer, maybe. Antenna. Yeah, because the moths, they all have this antenna, right? So if we put the same antenna on it, we could characterize it, right? It's a good idea. Like that. Flip it the other way around. this one with antenna. See how it goes. How's that? That's good, eh? It helps create a wholeness right between this character and the moths. Helps connect the symbolism. I don't like this at all. It's not working. Yeah, I like this one. This is my favorite. So this is the caterpillar. Is it 2 T's, caterpillar? It is not. Too thin and smooth for caterpillar? Some of them are thin. Some of them are thin. There are limits. There are limits to what can be done. Let's animate it. Let's animate it. Let's take care of that real quick. Because I think it's going to be an easy animation. We already have a moth file as a placeholder, but it's just the bat. Caterpillar. All right. So what we're gonna do is move it down, and we can use the Y modifier. We need to figure out the keyframes for this caterpillar, that it is stretched and completely compacted as well, like it's minimum and maximum points. Kind of sucks, huh? That's a little bit better. All right, let's do the most compacted frame. And it would be something like this is here and here, like this. Is that even possible? Never doubt it. It's coming along, you know. There we go. Build out the animation. majority of people are in the YouTube stream. Can you see that chat section too? Nope. I'm reading only the Twitch. Sorry, guys. Send me the link. Is there a link I can press where I go only to the chat? Because I don't want to pull up the video. Here. Is there a link just to chat in YouTube? Is that possible? Because that's what Twitch allows me to do. I can look at just the chat. Yeah, then we need to put this guy here. You DM'd it? Well, hold on. Give me a sec. Whoa, that is small. That font is tiny. All right, I can read it now. Yeah, it's so tiny. Me pergunto como funciona. Actualmente, aunque compre la versión de PC. I thought it was Portuguese at first, then I'm like, oh, it's Spanish. Yeah, thanks for the support, Sebastian. All right, let's get back to this art. So we're drawing the caterpillar, and we're almost done actually with this animation. So close. Just have to repeat this frame here. I wonder if we're going to repeat that frame and that one. Probably not. But we'll do these different Y offsets as well. And we'll have to loop this a few times. So let's see if I can figure it out. So this will probably be like 9, 8. Is it as simple as that? 7, and then 7, 7 on the contraction, right? 7, 6, 5, 4, and then 4, 4. Let's give that a shot. Let's go over to the project. I'm going to duplicate. What's the next art jam going to be? Great question. So we have the event coming up. We could do an art jam for the Osseous Odyssey. So Osseous Odyssey is the next event. I think it starts on. Wait, it doesn't start tomorrow, does it? It starts next Thursday, right? Next week on Thursday? Should be. That's the one with the quest where you rescue the body of Scotty, or you help the body of Scotty rescue the skull. Yeah, Acropolis. Acropolite is a person who lives in Acropolis. Hey, Goku. What's up? Caterpillar. Wait, is it caterpillar with an E or with an A? I don't want to... The risk is... It's an A, right? Yeah. The risk is you commit a file to the project with the wrong name, and now your repository has a file with the wrong name, and it's going to annoy you for the rest of your life. So that's the risk. Annoyance. Nobody cares what the name of the files are. What the hell was that? It was an alarm. Hey, there he goes. There he goes. Okay, we need to add more frames now. That was easy, huh? What did I tell you? Okay, let's just duplicate it. Duplicate all the frames. So we go 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4. 4, 3, 2, 1, 1, 1, 1, 0, minus 1, minus 2, minus 2, minus 2. Wait, why didn't that work? Why is that not working? I don't understand. It only goes up to frame 11. Yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Stops here. Here, actually. Did I not save it? I saved it. Oh. I created another file when I did the rename. How the hell did I do that? That has never happened before. Okay, so this one has all the frames. Just gonna move it over. That's why it wasn't updating. I was changing the wrong file. Okay, let's get rid of this one. Am I releasing the design of Stone Story's shirt for Kickstarter? Yeah, we have in the supporter channel, we put the designs for the shirt. This is going a little bit too fast. But I suppose, yeah, Kyle, can you put that as a post in the Kickstarter? Have we done an announcement in the Kickstarter itself with the final shirt design? We should do that. Yeah, I like this character a lot. This is a really cool character. And he's going to be starting a little bit higher. So we don't have enough frames yet. -2, -3, -4, -5, 5, 5. We'll add one more for good measure. 5. Let's reload that. Still need a bit more. A couple more frames. Six and 7. And then these are 8 and 8. Okay, there we go. All right. One more frame. And we're done. There it is. Yes, Ascension. It's not Ancestor, it's Ascension. Yeah, it is a continuation. Yes, it's a sequel. You can play it as a standalone game, or you can play it as a continuation. And when you beat the game, it allows you to merge the inventory. So if you have inventory from SSRPG, you first play the story in Ascension, and then you beat the final boss and you merge the inventory from the two. All right, how does that look? I think that looks pretty cool, right? Still a bit fast. Specific frame per second. No. Actually don't have any audio, so I don't know why I still had my headphones on, because Kyle disconnected from the call. All right, what's next? So yeah, I'm very happy with this caterpillar. I think that plus the guardian. Let's recap. Let's take a look at all the things. We have the man pucker. We have the anvil cleaning. This is just the work from today. Anvil pushing. Lunar guardian. which is not going to animate like that. That is just different versions of the character. We can also look at some of the other cool stuff that's here. We have the Ascension icon. So I actually did it here in the engine. The animation for the icon. We have the catapult from the other day. This was from the last stream. We did the mini catapult in the Discord. Sometimes when I'm just chilling, I do the Discord. I do like a Discord call and there's a few people there. Oh, Poison Elemental. So here's some of the Poison Elemental. The walking animation. This is the particle emitter. You can see this symbol flashing is the trail of goo that it's leaving behind. We got some of the enemies. Now, why is he looking to the right? I don't know. I think it's mirrored. Is it flipped? Where is it? Yeah, it's flipped. There we go. Catapult. Oh, that's a spoiler. I'm not going to show that. Yeah, but we have certain things like this that I used for the... This was when I was developing the hourglass, and I left it here. And we have the shovel activated ability. We have an enemy here that never made it, is the slightly larger scarab. Maybe I should just call it that. The name of the enemy, slightly larger scarab. You want a bow that shoots plasma blasts. Well, lucky for you, we still have one slot for the designer club. If you want to make that real, you can back us, you can support us in the designer club, and we'll make that happen. And we'll put your name on it. Okay, let's go back to my text file. So, Caterpillar is done. Very happy with that one. That was amazing. And we did reach 8 p.m., which was my idea to finish the stream by 8, but we haven't done any of the NPCs yet. So why don't we do Dunbarth, and that could be interesting. Let's see. Scout. Wait, the scout has a pushing animation? Oh, he does. That's with the wings. He pushes with the wings. Okay. Scout. Idle. Alright. We'll take that as our starting point. This is the work we've done today. The first version of the Guardian's hand. And the iteration. It's kind of fun to see. This is kind of cool. I kind of like the arm, you know. Gotta be honest. It's kind of interesting. Yeah, I like this idea. We took suggestions from the community, from you guys, right, and like added a little shiny thing, and we added a face to it. My original idea was no face, but I guess face is more relatable. This is cool too. It's kind of like made of rocks, you know, so. And then we did the anvil. We did the pushing the anvil. We cleaned the anvil. We did the constructs. Just some keyframes, not the full animations. We already had the animation for this one, so we're gonna purpose that one. It's gonna finally make it. Here we have some keyframes for the manuscript muncher. I think that one turned out really nice. And here we have the book nibbler, which is the small version of it. And then the caterpillar. Very happy with that one. All right, so let's do find a replace. Get rid of all those. All right. How long does it need to master ASCII art? I think you can become competent in ASCII art, if you're already an artist. Like, let's say you're already a trained artist, and especially if you already know pixel art, then you can become good with ASCII really quick. Watch my tutorial. So I have 2 videos on YouTube. If you just Google like ASCII art tutorial, you'll probably find me. And by the end of that tutorial, you'll already be doing ASCII art, and like maybe you need to practice for a few weeks, a couple of weeks, you'll be good. Now, let's say you're a noob and you've never done art before. Then I think you're looking at maybe a year of training, right? Maybe 9 months of every day practicing a little bit every day. Any skill that you practice a little bit every day, you'll get good at. It doesn't matter what the skill is, right? I firmly believe that. Like, you just pick a skill, practice it, and you're good. And it takes several months, right? It takes 4 months for you to start actually like, okay, now I understand the spirit of the skill after playing for a few months, after doing it for a few months, right? Okay, so I don't want Dunbarth. This is Dunbarth. I don't want him to have the spear. He does have the wings. He has kind of this maybe slightly different posture than the scout, but the posture is not necessarily the issue, even though it's very characteristic. So you have someone who already has Ascension? It's possible, I guess. Okay, so we're definitely going to redraw the head. Is he just going to have a big head like this? And that's it? He's bald? What if Dunbarth is like this? I don't like it. We have the charlatan, right? Which was like that. He had this cool large hat, right? For Dunbarth, maybe you give him a stone head like that. Oh, I got it. There we go. A little bit different. Could also go with a curve like that. Like this. kind of works. Oh. Now we're back to, we're too similar to the Scout now. That's not bad. That's not bad. Kind of like that. Am I the first game creator to notice you? Okay. I mean, hang out in the Discord. I'm always talking to people. Why is being discussed the price for mobile version and what is going to happen with players' save games? So the save game, you just continue where you are, right? So let's say you beat Stone Story RPG on mobile and you unlock Ascension. So it's going to be a DLC on mobile. So you buy the Ascension DLC and it unlocks the content. It's not a free-to-play model, right, for Ascension. It's a premium unlock. And then you go on the Ascension adventure without your inventory from the first game. Once you beat the boss in the city, it merges the inventory and the location. So now you can go anywhere. You can travel anywhere. Right? And the same for part 3. So when we do the third game, it's going to be the same. You go to the underworld. There's the story arc there. You complete it, and it merges the progression with the first 2. And then you can just travel anywhere and use any item. So, for example, of the items, like Acropolis does not allow runes. Runes are outlawed in the city, runestones. And so you can't find any runes there. There's no rune items, nothing. You need to get runes from the surface. Right, from the first 8 areas. But in Acropolis, there are other things. There's the whip, and other items like that. There's the gemstones and stuff like that only exist up there. So you have to, when you're deciding where you're going to farm for loot, after you've beaten the game, you have to choose where you go, depending on what you need. Right. All right. So. Cell phones have many versions and computers are easier. The main reason is because it's just easier to deploy updates to PC first. Like Steam makes it really easy to deploy. So I can just do whatever change I want and push a build in 10 minutes. Whereas for mobile, it can take up to 3 days for a new version to be released. Sometimes it takes longer. The average time is 2 days. So it could take like 48 hours. You make a change, you push a build, and it takes 48 hours for that to be deployed. So yeah, when we're in the alpha, it doesn't make sense to do that. But we'll try, I do want to try getting the alpha and the beta out for mobile because a lot of users are on mobile, right? And so the Android should be possible, in theory is possible. iOS is a little more complicated. I haven't tested yet. It's also possible I might have to create a new game and launch a new game just to be the alpha and the beta, which is it's undesired, right? We don't want to do that, right? Unnecessarily. So, yeah. iOS is the most complicated because Apple puts a lot of barriers on what we do. But yeah, we'll definitely take it to mobile as soon as possible. And like I said, on Android, even easier on Android. So I think by the end of the month, we can have a alpha build on Android. Yeah. Okay, let's finish Dunbar's, and maybe we call it a day. Like, this could be the end of the stream. We'll see. A lot of times when you're in doubt, just delete stuff, right? This is a tip for ASCII art, just erase. So we can leave this like this. I kind of like his head, kind of like his hair, or his hat. This is a hat, right? Now it's not going to flip well, or does it flip? Let's try it. Let's try to flip it, see what happens. Okay, so that's the flipped version. Doesn't look exactly the same. Maybe we do a dot, and then, because we need him to flip for part of the game. It's important that he flips. Could also do it like that. Oh wait, that's why I was looking a bit weird. It's supposed to be like this. Okay. I guess it can be like this. Huh. How about that? Oh, okay. Could also close it like this. Oh, I could use an L shape. Ah, that's an idea. Wait. Close all this stuff. Yeah, okay, where's my L shape? I don't know if this is gonna work. But it's worth a shot. And then the flipped version of that should be around here somewhere. Where the hell? There it is. What do you guys think? The dot was better, huh? Let's just use the dot. That's it. Okay. Dot it is with the curve. Okay. So now we need to figure out his posture. Is this good enough? Where his arm is going to be? That's sort of the question. The advantage, like the reason why they are leaning forward like that is because for the art to work, the wing needs to fit inside of the space. And if we change his wing a bit, then we can probably change his posture. And then he can perhaps be more like this. There's Dunbarth. And now the arms. This is weird, huh? Yeah, like that. Okay. That works. He looks strange, man. There we go. Dunbarth. Good? Nice and tall. How will our character... Oh. Shoot arrows. I thought you were leaving. How will our character shoot arrows without their own storage? There's no storage for ammunition. I cut that. It makes the game too complicated. You know? Yeah, it's always annoying. Like, you have to find ammo and you end up never using that item because it's annoying. So George says, thanks so much for the clarification. Not gonna lie, I'm relieved. So it means Stone Story RPG is mobile. And mobile is going to still be free? No. The base game is free. So SSRPG is free, but Ascension, the Ascension expansion is paid, is a premium. So yes, in a way, SSRPG will still be free. Yes, that's not changing. It's only the DLC that gets added. But I think it's going to be fair value. Like, there's going to be so much new content. It's going to be like, you get that DLC and it opens up a whole new world of places you can go, and new resources, new crafting, new items, new bosses, new NPCs, new quests. You know, so it's a package deal. Hey, Stickman fan. Well, we gotta make money somehow, you know. Do you know how much it costs to make games? It's a fortune. We gotta get that money back somehow. Alright, let's see. So Dunbarth is done. And yeah, I gotta cut the stream Uh, I mean, it's a lot of fun. I could keep going. My longest stream was 11 hours one time. So maybe I'll do something like that at some point. There's still a lot of work to do. Like, this is just some of it. And these are details, right? I'm doing like little details because these are fun to do on stream. There's a lot of boring stuff that I have to do off stream. These are the fun parts you guys get to experience with me. This still needs a lot of work. Like, I need to animate the wings for these and do the attack animations. They're entering animation, right? Where do they come from? So, you know, I have to do all the backgrounds. I appreciate the suggestion. Yeah, thank you for the suggestion. Since I've always peeked at your game, I don't know much about it. Hey, just download the mobile version. The mobile version is free. Red Zine. Yeah, you can choose language. It has 15 languages. And I'm fluent in Portuguese, and so I reviewed all the Portuguese. The Portuguese is top notch in this game. I translated some of it myself. But yeah, there's professionals that I work with that do all the translations as well. All right, that's done, Barth. Yeah, any questions? Any more questions before we end the stream? That was it for the art segment. We can take a look here at some of the stuff that we worked on. I mean, the caterpillar's cool, man. I am loving this caterpillar. There's this guy. The Anvil cleaning. The little sparkle. That was a great idea. You guys suggested it. Gonna get an update after this. Yeah, it will. It will get an update. I actually need to do an update really soon because we have the event calendar that needs to get updated. We have a couple of new events that we need to configure, and we need to push an update for that. There's bug fixes as well. There is a population in the city, yeah. Yeah, there's people on the streets. There's a fun fair. George says, I'm so excited for the Snow Story Ascension. How is the main game going to be connected with when finished to the Ascension part? It's going to be kind of, it unifies into a single game. So you can travel from place to place and all the items get mixed together. But you have to beat the story first. Otherwise, it's not fair, right? Like, you can't take your rainbow gear into Ascension and tear the place apart. Like, that's not fun. You have to start from zero, beat the game, beat Ascension, and then you get to merge the inventory after that. The t-shirt question, I realize that I don't understand English and I'm using a translate. Oh, okay. I understand. We will put an update in the Kickstarter about the t-shirt. We'll make an announcement there. Yeah, Steam for PC. Mm-hmm. We have the Steam page already. We have a new Steam page just for Ascension. So on PC, it's a separate game. On PC, you have a separate game, Ascension, but the logic is the same. Once you beat it, it imports the inventory and becomes a shared save file between both games if you want to merge. Oh, the city. No, the city is not in an uprising. Yes, you do have lots of ideas, and we have modding tools. We have art jams. You can do art for the game and get prizes. We have stone jams where you can create mods and do like mini games or hats or pets and stuff like that using the in-game tools, and you get prizes for those as well. So like you can participate and you know, use your creativity, like make what you want to make, modify the game and share it with the others. That's one of the things we're going to do in Ascension. We're going to add even more tools for modding, more convenient tools. So like to make the distribution really convenient, so you can make a hat or something like that, and then you upload the hat to our server, and then the other players can download your hat and use it, right? Yeah, there are pets already. There's a ton of pets. People every stone jam we do, people create new pets. There's like 30 pets in the game already, and there's going to be more pets. Like every time we do content update, people make new pets because you guys get inspired by the stuff that we make, and so that inspiration goes both ways, right? Most of the pets are made by the community. I think I made 2 of them as a starting point. I made the frog and the dog. I think that's it. And then you guys did the rest. Even the ghost pet, which is integrated into one of the quests, was created in the community. Details on when gemstones will be implemented. Okay, so gemstones are fully designed at this point. Basically 100% designed. And in terms of implementation, just the very basics, we are going to release probably in April. We'll release the first version of the gem system in the alpha. So the alpha is going to have the gems really early on in the progression. First time being to the stream. This is amazing potential indie game. Thanks, man. Not much of a mod person. Okay, well you can play other people's mods because they kind of blend into the game, right? It's like hats and pets and stuff that you can layer on top of the game, and it just enhances the experience. Oh, the CTA, the cat, yeah. Cat pet is cool. There's a cat in the balloon as well. I love the balloon cat. A rat. We do have a bunny. We have a winter bunny. We do not have a rat. So, you know, it's still open. You can go and make it. Anglefish? Anglerfish. We have anglerfish from the fishing game. And that nobody has turned that into a pet yet. So if you open the fishing game files, you can find the art for it there, and you can make the pet if you want. A boss rat? Yeah. Let's find the giant ASCII rat, see what it looks like. I'm sure someone has drawn that already. So yeah, here's a cool one. That's neat. Look at that. The one and only JGS. It was her art that inspired me to learn ASCII art. Yeah, JGS is amazing. Oh wow, look at that. Oh, I'm not sharing the screen, am I? I am. I'm still sharing. Okay. That's huge. That doesn't even fit in the game. That's too big. That one looks awesome. Look at that. Yeah, there's so many ways you can do it. Looks so cool. Yeah, pushing. So is Ascension still having SSRPG's bosses and enemies? No. Ascension has another set of characters. A whole other set, separate. You would love to get a lot of interaction with citizens. I love the part of the boiling mine map. The pushers. Thought we will get an army or something in the future. Oh, it's funny you say that, because that was actually in the original idea for the game. You know how if you pay attention to the lore and you use the sightstone on the enemies, you can learn a lot about the backstory. And in Nagaraja, so Nagaraja is the giant snake, right? So if you use the sightstone on him, he's the eater of the torch, right? So he swallowed the frost torch. The original idea in the game, there would be a quest where you go inside of Nagaraja and you get the torch and you come back out. And I guess that was a bit of a pipe dream, because I would have to create a whole new location with different movement, which is like the inside of Nagaraja. And I thought maybe you like fight against his heart or something like that crazy. You get the frost torch, you come back out, and then you can use the frost torch to free the pushers that are frozen on Icy Ridge. That is why the pushers are frozen on Icy Ridge, because you can use the frost torch to free them, right? But I ended up never designing the quest for getting the torch, and so that idea just kind of got shelved. Maybe part 4. You know, if we keep going and we make a 4th game, we'll make the prophecy come true. Like, you go in, you get the torch, you free the pushers. Nagaraja goes crazy and eats the moon and swallows the moons, right? I don't know. Yeah, the great feast prophecy. Maybe it'll come true someday. No, I'm not the only one who makes the ASCII art. So there's an artist that works with me called Polydux, and he does a lot of the work. For the first game, I did almost all of it, and Polydux came in at the end and helped with one of the boss fights. And yeah, Polydux and I, we've been friends for a long time, and he's a big fan of my work. I'm a big fan of his work. And it was great that we could work together. He's really awesome. He has a slightly different style than I do, which can be a good thing, but also a bad thing in some cases. He uses weird symbols that I would never use. So I have to go in and edit some of his stuff sometimes. But he just has such an amazing creativity, such a great imagination, that sounds like Indonesian folklore. Yeah, exactly. Naga, is a serpent, and Raja is king. Yep, that's what it means. Yeah, not in part 3. So part 3, you go to the underworld and you meet the Dark One. So the Dark One is the avatar of the world. So the world, when the world was born, it got confused and it started panicking because it became conscious, and it didn't understand what was going on. And so in order to help itself understand, it spawned entities, it spawned creatures, right? And one of the creatures that it spawned is the Dark One, which is the consciousness of the world materialized into a being, into a creature. So that's who you will face. No, easy, right? Yeah, walk in the park. Thanks, George. All right, let's take a look here. This one, yeah, really happy with this one. Let me disable the animation real quick. I can talk about this. I don't know if you guys were here because I was talking in the Twitch chat, and during like the first 2/3 of the stream. And no, it's not difficult to make the animations. It just takes a lot of time. It takes a lot of work, but it's not hard. What I will say about animation is that animation, I think animation is not only a skill, but it's a talent. Like, not everyone can animate, and it requires a certain level of patience that just nobody has the patience for animating. Like, animation is so time consuming, and it's so methodical, and it's so procedural that people just hate it, right? Hate doing it. And I love doing it. I love animate. I've always animated since I was a little kid. Like when I was, I think I started animating when I was 9 years old, something like that. I was already drawing like on pen and paper, doing animations on pen and paper. And it just goes from there. So it's not hard for me. It's just time consuming. But for some people it is hard because you just don't have the mindset for it, I think, usually. Maybe it can be trained. I don't know. But if you don't love what you're doing, you never do a good job, right? It's a team effort. So you're asking who has the ideas. Everyone has ideas. You guys suggest ideas all the time. A lot of stuff that's in the game is community suggestions. So I do want to discuss here. This was the first sketch here with the arms, and I kind of like it, honestly. It's creepy, and it works, and it's kind of what I had in mind. It was my original vision for the character, and I was okay with it. But then, I think you guys didn't like it very much. Like, it's okay, but people started making suggestions for other things, and I started playing around. And I was like, okay, what if it's made of stone? And I was like, okay, this is what happens if it's made of stone. And then people were like, no, we like the hands, the fingers, right? Bring the fingers back. So I brought the fingers back, and then people were like, it doesn't have any eyes. Can you make it shiny and add some eyes? So I did. And then I decided to paint it. For no reason, I painted it cyan. So this is where the ideas come from. The ideas come from iteration and playing around and talking to people, talking to you guys, and the ideas can come from anywhere, So yeah, I'm really happy with this character. This is the boss for the university. So let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. So the screen has 24 characters high. So there's 5 left, 5 rows left, which is very important. I made a big mistake with Pallas, so the giant skeleton. When I drew, he was one of the first bosses. I think it was the second boss that I did, and I made him too big. He didn't fit in the screen because I didn't understand yet the proportions of the game. So when I made him, I started animating. I animated all his attacks and everything, and he was too large to fit in the screen. And I was like, oh my god. So I think I spent like 7 hours just reshaping him, and that's why he's kind of crunched over, right? He's like this because he's like trying to fit inside of the screen, which is too big for him. And it turned out that it worked for the personality of the character, for him to be... No, he was always kneeled. Even kneeled, like... He was always kneeled like that. But he was more robust, you know? Like, he was more proud and strong. And so I had to make him, like, more hunchy, and I had to shrink him down and kind of make him a little more weak looking, which works for the character, actually. An evil broccoli type of mini boss. Are there any vegetables in this world? There are flowers, but basically, like, Laos is the only thing in the world that produces flowers. There are no other flowers anywhere. So broccoli is a stretch. Maybe it came from another world, right? Maybe it's a lost item. There are mushrooms, I guess. They're fungus. Well, you have to play the game. If you're curious about the story, just play it. You know, the game can tell the story better than I can. But use the Sightstone. If you want to know everything about the game, use the Sightstone. That'll tell you all the story. Well, I'm glad I inspired you, Alex. Are you working on something? You're trying to create an animation? Did you see my tutorial? I have YouTube tutorials on AskYard. Check it out. It's easier in some ways than traditional or regular animation, but harder in other ways. Yeah, there's always a trade-off, right, with everything in life. And that's definitely true here. Yeah. Just takes practice. I noted earlier that these legs turned out, if you stop to think about it, they look a bit like Frieza's legs. Right? Isn't that funny? That was totally accidental. Once I added the kneecaps, I was like, oh my god, it's Frieza. Pallas ordered us to slash Balesh and bring his skin back, but is his skin even exist? Yes, his skin exists. It doesn't rot. It's indestructible. He has indestructible skin. Well, it can get dusty, I guess. It can get dirty. No, I actually I had never played Undertale while I was working on this game. I've been working on this game since 2014. But what year did Undertale come out? It might have been 2015. And Pallas was like the first boss that I did. It was the first boss that I animated. Pretty early on. What else? Yeah, any other questions? So, as we come to the end of the stream, you know, I might as well throw it out there for anybody who doesn't know. Like, we are running a Kickstarter campaign, and these are the last hours. So, what time is it now? 850. So there's 12 more hours on the Kickstarter campaign. So if you want to grab any of the exclusive rewards, so this is the last chance to get some of the exclusive rewards from the Kickstarter campaign. And there's some cool stuff. I mean, we'll maybe have some extra T-shirts and extra books and stuff, but like T-shirts, you need to have your specific size, right? So if you want that, then you have to reserve your spot, basically, because we're going to do limited print of the physical stuff. And the digital stuff, there's also exclusives to the campaign, like cosmetics and stuff that you can only get from the campaign. Nah, not Suns. 29K? Wow, nice. Hey, Kangasaur. Kangasaur has been one of the biggest contributors in the community, fixing bugs and stuff in the game. So we have a not an open source, but like a restricted source project where some people in the community have access and can post PRs and stuff to make changes to the game. And yeah, thanks a lot, Kangasaur. You've been really helpful fixing some of the issues that players are facing. So I don't have time, right? Like I'm working on the game. I'm doing annoying things like accounting and paying bills and shit, and doing animation. Like nobody else can do the animations, right? Well, Polydux can do some of the animations, yes. Me and Polydux, basically. Yeah, I never played Undertale. I might have, I think someone gifted me a copy of Undertale, but I never played it. Maybe I could play it on stream. That could be fun. I also want to play Slay the Spire 2, which just came out. I'm excited for Slay the Spire 2, man. Wow. Yeah, that is such a... It looks so good. And it's co-op, right? So if you guys want to play with me, maybe we should get on the Discord and like, you know, first come, first serve, like who wants to join the party, and we can go slay the Spire together. So yeah, if you're not in the Discord, you should definitely join the Stone Story Discord. So we have a channel there for gaming. Once in a while there's people playing games. There's a Brazilian guy who could crush you guys in a 1v1. What are you guys talking about? Like MMA? How does Scotty even get up to the top of the gate door? So here's how it works. He uses his lower mandible to propel him, right? So he just opens his mouth really fast, and that's how he jumps. So you guys might not know this, but when Palas lost his skin, that cast a curse on the entire palace, on his palace and palace, right? Annoying. But anyway, his guards. So Scotty was a guard at the gate, and he got transformed into a skeleton by the curse. And so in my vision for the game, at some point you're able to lift the curse and restore Scotty to his original form. And I would really like to do that at some point. And maybe we do that in part 3. It's possible that we do that in part 3. Yeah. Not only him, but like the ghosts and all the skeletons, all the ghosts, right? Everyone goes back to how they were before. Once you bring back the skin, return the skin to Palas, That's how you end the curse. So we still have a lot of work to do before we get there, before we get to that point. And I have a really awesome animation planned where the technique that I'm going to use for this animation is completely different from anything else that is in the game. It's like a full screen animation that we're going to animate by hand, right? So it's going to be like a full screen hand painted sequence where Palas he dresses back into his skin. It's kind of gross, but it is ASCII art. It is black and white, and it is ASCII art. But it's using that technique, kind of the post-process ASCII art, like procedurally generated ASCII, not like not line art, right? So yeah, it might be not safe for kids potentially, but definitely PG-13. But I really want to make that animation at some point. It's gonna be expensive though, so we need to probably do another Kickstarter for part 3, so we can pay for that animation. It's gonna cost a lot of money because I want to hire a studio. I want to hire like a professional animator, someone who does like really good work to build that. Maybe I'll do it. If I can't raise the money, I'll just do it very slowly. Eventually we'll have it. Yeah, it's true. The quests in part 1 were kind of just all over the place, because the purpose of them was different. So it's kind of more like world development, world building, the quests in part 1. They're not about the story arc. They're not about the main story. They're more about building out the world and showing for example, in Roof Overhead is the one where the Stonehead tries to steal your house, your hovel, and you have to train him. You have to teach him how to fight, and he gets snatched by the tongue at the end. Not only do you have that new character get introduced, but you learn a little bit about the mentality of the controllers, because at the end of that quest, if you remember, the controller sends you a letter, and in this letter he talks about his point of view of what happened. And this is really why we made the quest in part 1, was to kind of show more of the culture and the mindset of the different people in the world. And so you have people like the initiate, and we have the temple. We developed the temple, and the different personalities. Like, what are the pushers? How do the pushers think? Right? They come out of the mine, and one of them gets obsessed with throwing stones. And there's like a whole quest about just throwing stones, because this one pusher is obsessed with just making his arm really strong. And there's another one, Bridget, so she makes it all the way up to the bridge, and she's obsessed with getting, so they have this very obsessive, the Stoneheads, they have this very obsessive personality, and they obsess about like just doing one thing and doing it very well. So like they push, right? And in part 2, there's a mixer. So you're gonna meet a character who is he's obsessed with mixing potions, and he just likes to mix, right? And we got a little carried away with the quests. Perhaps some of them don't make so much sense, but some that they seem like they don't make sense, they do tie in with the story. Like Titanic Accord. Titanic Accord is the quest where you talk to Palas. Paulus tells you about the skin, and he gives you a copy of the blade. And it's a really short quest because you don't find the skin, and you come back, and he's like, okay, whatever. But there's an important reason. Like, this is plot relevant, right? There's going to be a continuation to Titanic Accord in part 3. So, yeah. Burnout, we wanted to just kind of throw everything together, and we wanted to make a quest where we could just reuse all the art in the game. And so we designed it kind of thinking about that, and like, what kind of quest can we make that uses everything in the game? And if we had not done that, we wouldn't have had the idea for the parted balloons. That is the resource in the spring event. And so I'm kind of just happy that things turned out the way they did, because we have such fun and cool content. And it's one piece of content is just a consequence of the others in some respects. You know, if we hadn't done Burnout, we wouldn't have the balloons. And did you see the fan art from the art jam during the spring? That was insane. Yeah, we have some of the coolest fan art because of Burnout. It's also the first blue enemy that you encounter. So the workhorse is the first blue character that you meet, right? And then there is the charlatan. The charlatan is also a character that's going to make a comeback. So in part 3, the charlatan goes to the underworld, and then in part 3 you can meet with him again, and he's going to be part of the story down there. So an important character development. We're going to start tying the loose ends, right? We created all these threads, all these ideas, and we're going to start closing the threads on the story, on the different stories. So Bridget, is one of those that we're going to wrap up. Crystal powder be useful in Ascension? Yes, I think so. Need to work a little bit more on that. That is an important question for us to consider and revisit. But yeah, imagine this guy animated. Holy cow. We gotta animate this guy. Maybe I should do a stream that is just animating this boss. Because it's going to take forever. It's going to take like 5 hours, 6 hours to do this boss. We have to do his awakening animation. He has an animation where he flips, he goes to the other side, and attacks you from behind. There is his basic like smash attack. Maybe he has some defensive moves as well. So overall, and he has a death animation, or a death frame at least. So overall, he's going to have around six different animations. A walking animation, maybe he takes a step back, step forward, that sort of thing. I don't know. So yeah, I think it might even be too much for one stream, this guy. I want to keep working on him. I want to like try a straight line here instead of having this break, put a straight one. And I want to try like putting another overscore here and seeing how that's going to work. Where's my overscore? There it is. Maybe I just close it. Where's the pipe? The vertical pipe. Can do that. How does that look? Those are options, right? I think the straight line is good, but Yeah, this was not great. Like that, maybe. It's a little bit better. Yeah, I want to keep working on this character. It's so fun. I think I made a mistake. It's supposed to be like this. When is the Crusader Shield coming out? The problem with the Crusader Shield quest is the cost to translate it. It has a ton of text, and we made a mistake. We made a quest that's too big. So yeah, it's going to cost us, I think, thousands of dollars, like $3,000 to translate just that one quest, right? Something like that. It's something insane. And that's why it hasn't come out. Now, when it will come out, probably end of the year, sometime, November-ish. We'll try. Yeah, we have to translate Ascension first. So once Ascension is translated and done, then Crusader Quest comes after. We have to choose our priorities, right? Yeah, magically floating, yeah. Yeah, I like it too. Should add a copy and paste menu like you just did. Like that in the real game. Yeah, that's the idea. That's the idea. I mean, the same tool, right? This is called the... What is this called? The quick edit tool? I forget what it's called. We want to ship this with, make a few more adjustments to it, and then ship it with the game. And it'll be PC only, so no mobile for this one. I don't know, maybe it works on mobile. I can test it. It might work. Maybe it works. I don't know. It might be tough. So people can use this to mod the game, to make replacement art for the bosses and design new weapon skins and things like that, right? That's the idea behind this tool. It has an eyedropper, so you can with the eyedropper, we can get the color, the symbol right here. So we have the symbol is selected, so you can eyedrop the symbol, or you can eyedrop the color. So it's pretty good. It's pretty sophisticated, and we can change the canvas size as well. We can add padding, move it around. Try the face in different places if you wanted to. Maybe that's a little bit better. So yeah, it's pretty good. Took me a week to make this tool. All right, I'm gonna get going, guys. It's getting late here. I have more work to do, stuff I don't want to do on stream. There's some information I don't want to share, right? Like, I don't want to spoil certain things about the game, and also there's some like sensitive information, like financial stuff, that I can't do on stream, right? That would be really stupid. All right, take care, guys. Let's do this again. Let's do this again maybe on the weekend or next week, next Wednesday. Maybe I should try to do every Wednesday or something like that. I'll have to think about it. All right. Take care, guys. Have a good night.